Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing testing testing. Testing testing testing. 1 2 1 2. Testing. Okay, I think the volume is on. Alright, stream. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, stream? Type in chat if you can hear me. Okay, let's work this out. Alright. Chat, can you hear me? Can you hear me, chat? Can you hear me, chat? Alright, chat, can you hear me? What? Alright. Chat, can you hear me? Type in chat if you can hear me. Everyone type a W in chat if you can hear me right now. Okay. Wait. Okay, let's do some more testing. Okay, testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Okay, wait. Sweet. Alright. All good, thank you, chat. Alright, let's get on with the stream. Alrighty then. Alrighty, welcome to the stream, chat. Alright, we will be doing the draws today for the gaming tournament, where if you don't know the games, you will be able to see them quite clearly now. So, the first game is air hockey. The process that we're doing in round 1 is that 16 out of the 22 will be playing in this segment. So we will be doing 4 spins. It'll be the first 2 opponents will go against each other. So I do a spin, and then that person will play the next person that is spun, while the next 2 will play the other 2, which will then be the group of 4. So there'll be a group of 4 in each air hockey, and there'll be 4 rotations in round 1. So I'll list them out to you as we spin. Alright, first spin is incoming right now for rotation 1. Alright, let's do it. And Daniel's the first person on the wheel. So there's 4 people missing from this wheel due to the fact that they were... Yeah, they've already completed their Pokemon Showdown team and thus don't need the extra time in the following round. So Daniel, your opponent will be... Henry! Oh my goodness. Henry versus Daniel. That's a pretty good first round. Let's see, how's everyone feeling about that draw? Alright. Let's let chat catch up. Alright, is that a W matchup, chat? Henry versus Daniel in the first rotation. How do you all feel about that? Yep, I know, exciting stuff. Alrighty. For the next matchup in the first rotation, we have Catherine. Now, Catherine will be playing Angus. Alright, that is the first rotation that is being listed. Alright, so I'll go over them again. The first rotation we had was Daniel versus Henry. That's the first matchup of the air hockey section. So that'll be an exciting matchup. And then followed by Catherine versus Angus. Alright, so exciting stuff there. Alright, for the second rotation, first opponent will be Ivy Just. So Ivy will be in the second rotation. Ivy will be playing against E.T. So just for some information, E.T. is one of the guys who has come out publicly saying that he will win the tournament. He's very confident in himself, calling himself the GOAT, and being a little egotistical. We'll see how E.T. will go, but that's his draw. It's Ivy versus E.T. Alright, for the next matchup, in the second rotation, it's Ethan. It's barely swung onto Ethan over there. So Ethan will be in the second rotation, and Ethan will be playing Bailey. Oh my goodness, that is an exciting matchup. Ethan versus Bailey. Ethan versus Bailey. Wow, chat. What do you think of that matchup? That is an exciting matchup for air hockey in the second rotation. Super exciting. It is Ethan versus Bailey. Alright, that'll be super exciting. Alright, now moving on to the third rotation. It'll be Zach. That is not me. That is a different Zach. But they will be going in the third rotation. Alright. And Zach's opponent will be Thomas. Very close, but barely. Thomas is the brother of the formerly named Catherine, who will be playing Angus in round 1. Alright, for the next matchup in rotation 3 of the first round for air hockey, it'll be, looks like it's going to be Elliot. And Elliot will be playing against Josh. That is an interesting matchup for sure. If I was Josh, I wouldn't be too happy. Elliot is definitely one of the stronger players at air hockey in this tournament. Alrighty. Now we're on to rotation 4, which will be the final rotation. And the two that won't play will be drawn up into the round 3 of the air hockey, which will be played after the second round is completed. So this is the rotation 4. We've got 2 more matchups to go in air hockey. And we've got Jake. Jake is one of the funniest people in the group, and he's sure to have a blast with playing all these fun games with everyone. Jake's opponent is Miles. Miles, again, known for his theatrics and also being a really cool guy with a bunch of funny stories to tell. So that'll be a very entertaining air hockey game for sure. Alright, and the final matchup for the first opponent will be Will. Will was one of the top performers at the practice gaming tournament, so we'll see if he can keep it up in the actual tournament. And he will be playing against David with an E. We all know who David with an E is. We are just not naming last names on this live stream for obvious reasons. But David with an E will be playing Will, which means that Matthew and George will be going into the third round draw, where we can remove everyone but them from there. Alrighty, how does everyone think about that? Some exciting air hockey draws for sure. One of the favorites I'm looking forward to is Easton versus Bailey. That is sure to be a guaranteed banger. Definitely one to look out for. I also like Josh versus Elliot. That'll be a great match. And I think the starting match of Daniel versus Henry is definitely one that we have to keep an eye on as well. Alright, I'll just clear all this. So George and Matthew, like I said earlier, will be moving to play air hockey in round 3, meaning that they won't have any time to practice and build their team on Showdown in the 3rd round, and we'll have to do it in the 6th round during the time where we play Boomerang Fu. And like I said before, Lucas, Atticus, David was in U, and Lockie have already built their Showdown teams, so they weren't in the list for the first round draw for air hockey. Alright, so now we will be moving on to the matchups for Uno, which will be a lot, which will be quite exciting. Alrighty, so let's get that on. Alrighty. So, for Uno, basically, this is the first rotation. So, Daniel, Henry, Catherine, and Angus can't be drawn in the first rotation of Uno, because they will all be playing air hockey during that time. Therefore, that means it'll be a respin if they are drawn in the first rotation of Uno. Alright. Uno will have 6 players per rotation, which will be the same as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and Smash, which will be in the first round matchups as well. Alrighty. So, for the first rotation of Uno, we have E.T. Now that is valid because E.T. will be playing in rotation 2 for air hockey. So that is all okay, and he'll be playing in rotation 1 for Uno. Matthew will be playing Uno with E.T. He is one of the best Uno players in the group, largely closely following behind Ethan, but he's definitely one to watch out for in Uno especially, and he can rack up a lot of points in Uno as well, so I would not rule him out. And then Catherine Catherine is a respin because she was drawn in the first round for air hockey, so she will not be valid in the 6 for the rotation 1 for Uno. However, Elliot is valid as he will be playing in rotation 3 for Uno. So Elliot will be playing with E.T. and Matthew in that Uno round. And Lockie is another one that is valid after being built his team already. So he will be playing in rotation 1 of the Uno with E.T., Elliot, and Matthew. 2 more spots left for Uno. And it is Josh Bailey, and Josh is valid as we know he is playing Elliot in round 3 of the air hockey. So he'll be put into that looking like a very tough Uno draw actually. There's a lot of quality plays in there. Oh, and it barely skipping out on Ethan to land on David with an E, which we all know who that is. Alrighty, so that is the first rotation of Uno, which includes E.T., Matthew, Elliot, Lockie, Josh, and David with an E. Those are the 6 that will be playing Uno in the first rotation. Alright, now we're on to rotation 2. Which includes Atticus. Atticus has already built his showdown team, thus making him valid for this Uno round. Catherine is playing air hockey in rotation 1, therefore she is valid for playing Uno in the second rotation. Angus is drawn in. Angus, as we know, is playing Catherine in the first rotation of air hockey, so he is also valid to be going into the Uno rotation 2. So it's another Catherine and Angus matchup. Maybe we'll be seeing a lot of those today. Who knows? Maybe a rivalry will form. We'll have to wait and see. And George, as we know, was one of the 2 that wasn't drawn into the first round air hockey. So he is valid to play Uno in the second rotation. Henry is a very close pal of Atticus, so it'll be exciting to see him play Uno in the same round. And I'm sure chat is especially excited to see that. That'll be an exciting matchup. And Henry is not in rotation 2 of the air hockey, as he'll be playing the first match against Daniel in rotation 1. And the final person in rotation 2 will be Jake Eason, which is a respin because he will be playing Bailey in rotation 2 of the air hockey. And Daniel will be coming up against Henry again, meaning that everyone in rotation 1 of their air hockey will appear in rotation 2 for the Uno. Quite interesting Uno of Atticus, Catherine, Angus, George, Henry, and Daniel. I think that's a very vibey one. Maybe not as vibey as a rotation 1, but I think it'll be a pretty strong one. Alright, for rotation 3. Of the Uno. And Miles is the first drawn. Alright, so the final group will be a group of 4. Miles is valid because he'll be playing in rotation 4 in air hockey. There will be a group of 4 at the end for Uno due to the fact that we have the numbers of 22 instead of 24, which would make 4 of 6. So the final will be a group of 4, but points will be distributed accordingly based off of performance. But Miles will be distributed into rotation 3, along with Jake, who is his opponent in rotation 4. So that'll be an exciting matchup there. I'm sure Jake and Miles will both be pretty pleased to be facing each other again in Uno, which will most certainly be a fun and enjoyable experience. Alright, the third player going into rotation 3 is Ethan. Ethan has a second rotation matchup in air hockey, thus making him eligible, and Ethan and Jake will sure to be a very funny combination, and Miles as well. That is definitely going to be one of the funniest games of Uno that we'll have in the rotations. And Bailey, as we know, will be playing Ethan in the second rotation. So the opponents will be going into the rotation again. There's a lot of opponents that have ended up in the same rotation for Uno as well when they were playing air hockey together. Alright, we got the 5th person will be David Wizard-U. David Wizard-U has already built his showdown team, and we clearly know who David Wizard-U is due to the fact that we can't show any last names. But yes, that is looking to be a very exciting Uno match that is working its way together. And the next is Will. So Will, regardless, actually would have had to go into the third rotation due to the fact that he can't be in rotation 4 with his air hockey matchup. So Will be joining Miles, Jake, Ethan, Bailey, and David with a U in rotation 3, while rotation 4 will consist of Lucas, Zach, Thomas, and Ivy, which will certainly be an exciting Uno as well. Maybe not as exciting as the others, but it'll be a more friendly and less competitive game, I would imagine. Alright, chat, what do you think of those draws? Have your say. You can say what you like. I personally think that rotation 1 could be really exciting. I reckon E.T., Matthew, Elliot, Lockie, Josh, and David with an E will be really good. Same with rotation 3. Rotation 3 looks really fun as well for Uno. And now we are moving on to the next game, which is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Alright, so due to the fact that we've got 2 rotations left, there will be a lot of respins, just so we don't have to worry about the same issue of rotations and such. So Will cannot be in rotation 3 or rotation 4, which means that Will has to be in either rotation 1 or rotation 2. We will add that, but I think he's the only one in the latter stages playing both. Same with Jake and Miles, they have to be in rotation 1 or rotation 2 as well. Alrighty, so now we're going on to Mario Kart for the first rotation. Alright. Mario Kart World will be on the tournament. It'll just be later down the line in round 5 during phase. Don't worry. Alright. Let's spin this wheel. Alright, in rotation 1, we'll have George. George is in rotation, isn't in the rotation for air hockey, and is in rotation 2 for Uno, thus making him valid for rotation 1 of Mario Kart. So there'll be 3 players matches going on in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, probably of a Grand Prix. And Matthew is drawn into the second rotation of Uno, and he will not be playing air hockey as well in the first round. So Matthew will be drawn into rotation 1 with George. Alright, Ethan is not in rotation 1 of Uno, nor rotation 1 of the air hockey. This then makes him valid for rotation 1 of Mario Kart, which does mean by default he has to be in rotation 4 for the Super Smash Bros. So chat, please remember that, because I can forget. Alright, Lockie is in rotation 1 of Uno, therefore we have to do a respin. And it is Jake. Jake has to be in rotation 1 or rotation 2. So Jake can fit into the group with George, Matthew, and Ethan in Mario Kart. This looks like a very open Mario Kart round. Actually, I don't know anyone that is super strong at Mario Kart other than Ethan, so it's looking really open to everyone in that group so far. Alright. Back to the wheel. And we have David with a U. David with a U is in rotation 3 of Uno, so that does make him valid for rotation 1 of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Again, the final 4 of Mario Kart, which is rotation 4, will only have a few less players. One of the rotations will. Right, so Angus. Angus is in rotation 1, sorry, for air hockey, therefore it does not make him valid in rotation 1 of Mario Kart. So it's a respin. And it is Lockie, who, again, as we pointed out earlier, isn't valid due to the fact that he is playing Uno in rotation 1. Again, Catherine is playing against Angus, so therefore it does not make her valid into this rotation. And Zach is drawn. So Zach is in rotation 4 of Uno and in rotation 3 of air hockey. Therefore, it does make him valid to finish off that rotation 1 of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, where we have George, Matthew, Ethan, Jake, David with a U, and Zach. So that'll be exciting. And the next rotation is a rotation of 4. So Miles, who wasn't drawn into rotation 1, must be in rotation 2. So because of rotation 3 in Uno and rotation 4 in air hockey. Therefore, we can remove him from the list as he is automatically drawn into the 4-player rotation 2 of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Alright, next spin is coming up. So the second player in rotation 2 will be Thomas. Thomas will be playing in the 3rd rotation and the 4th rotation, so he is valid to represent in the 2nd rotation. Thus, it means that he'll have to be in the 1st rotation for Super Smash Bros. Catherine is drawn, however, Catherine is in rotation 2 of Uno, therefore she cannot be in rotation 2 of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, even though we would have loved to see a brother and sister matchup there. Henry again is in the same rotation as Catherine for the Uno, so it's going to be a respin, and he has to end up in rotation 3 or rotation 4, Henry does. And Daniel is also, again, in rotation 2. So that is another respin that we have to do. And Lucas is drawn. So Lucas is in rotation 4 of the Uno and isn't in the air hockey because he has already completed his team for Pokemon Showdown. Alright. The next person is Henry again. He isn't valid because he's in rotation 2 for Uno. Hello there. We've got one of the contestants, Matthew, with us on the live stream. Hello, Matthew. What would you like to say? Oh. There has been bribes that have been introduced in the chat. Unfortunately, bribing is not allowed. So we aren't accepting any bribes at all. Sorry for that, chat. Yeah, we're not accepting any bribes. Thank you all for still being in the chat. I love your messages, just seeing them. Alrighty. So we're going to continue with the spinning and then I'll get back to the chat. Again, Lockie is valid for rotation 2 because he's in rotation 1 for Uno and has built his Pokemon Showdown team. So if I'm being honest, that looks like a really open Mario Kart rotation as well. So that is the rotation 2 done. Now we're on rotation 3, which will again be 6 people. And we have Catherine. So Catherine is valid for the 3rd rotation, meaning that Catherine by default will be going into rotation 4 of Super Smash Bros, which will be the 6th. Alright, sorry chat. Alright. We still got 5 more people to fill up rotation 3, so we'll continue with that at the moment. So Elliot is drawn. Elliot is playing Josh in rotation 3 for air hockey, so he won't be able to play it. And we have one of the contestants with us online now, Matthew. Hey, how are you going, Matthew?
Hello.
Alright, Matthew glitched out, so we won't talk with him today. But Atticus is not playing air hockey in the first round and is in the second round of rotation for Uno, so he is valid for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Atticus being one of the better Mario Kart players, he'll definitely take that. However, there are still many good plays left on the wheel that could be paired with him. And Ivy is in rotation 4 and is in rotation 2, so she is valid for rotation 3 of Mario Kart. Therefore, she'll be put into rotation 1 for Super Smash Bros. And Elliot, as we discussed, that is a respin due to the fact that he is in rotation 3, playing against Josh in air hockey. Alright, and David is in rotation 2, rotation 1 for Uno, and he is in rotation 4 for air hockey, so he is able to go into rotation 3 of Mario Kart. And Henry is drawn, so Henry again was in rotation 1, who's facing Daniel in air hockey, and he is valid for rotation 3 as he is in rotation 2 for Uno. Again, so that'll be an exciting matchup as well for sure. And Bailey is drawn as well. So Bailey is in rotation 3 for Uno, therefore he is not valid for this rotation of Mario Kart. And Elliot, again, as we discussed, we have to do a respin on that. And Daniel is in rotation 2 and in rotation 1. So he is valid for rotation 3, therefore he must be put into rotation 4 for air hockey. And that rounds out the rotation 3. And we will finish off with the rotation 4 for Mario Kart. I will double check all of this and go over it with you. Chat, you can let me know if there is anything I'm mixing. No, the live stream is still ongoing. I'm just checking that everything is valid for the final rotation. Eat. Alright, chat, we ran into an error. Sorry. Will cannot be in rotation 4, so therefore the last drawn Lockie will move onto rotation 4 since he is valid, and Will move into rotation 2 where he can play, and Lockie will move on to rotation 4. Alright, so that is all the Mario Kart matchups all done, and I'll just quickly do over all the default Smash matchups that must happen due to rotation and others such. Alright, chat, just bear with me while I do this for now. And we'll be right back. Alright, chat. Sorry for that. We are all done with doing the checking, and we have now only a few spots left. So there's 2 spots left in rotation 4, 1 spot left in rotation 1, and 2 spots left in rotation 3.
Sorry for that. We are.
Alrighty. So we will be heading back to the wheel. The delay was a bit longer than I expected, but we are back to the wheel now. Alrighty. So I'm just going to get rid of all the confirmed people, which include Josh, Elliot, Ethan, and Bailey. Miles, Daniel, and Catherine. Zach, E.T., and David was an E. Will, Ivy, Jake, and Thomas. And Henry and Angus. Alright, these are the remaining people left. Based off the rules, each can only go into 2 specific spots. And we'll just spin to see where they end up. So in rotation 1, George ends up there. So George doesn't play an air hockey game and is in rotation 2. However, he is in rotation 1 for Mario Kart. Therefore, it is a respin. And it's George again, so we respin again. And Lucas, so Lucas will be playing rotation 4 in Uno, and he is in rotation 2 for Mario Kart. Therefore, he is valid for rotation 1 of Smash. So that completes the first rotation, which includes Will, Ivy, Miles, Bailey, Thomas, and Lucas. So that'll be a really fun group there for sure. And then rotation 2, again, 1 spot left to claim. And David with a U. So David with a U can fit there, and he will go there. And Lockie, so Lockie is not playing in rotation 3 for Mario Kart or Uno, therefore he can fit into the 3rd rotation here. With Angus and ET with 1 more rotation left. And it is Matthew. So, Matthew does not play a hockey round, but is in rotation 1 for Uno and Mario Kart, which is not eligible. Therefore, we're going to have to shift something around. That is my mistake. Since we did Uno first, Miles will move into rotation 2. And David with a U will end up in rotation 4, while Miles will move into rotation Miles will end up into rotation 2 as Matthew and Miles will switch spots. Alright, sorry about that. So Matthew can go into rotation 3 or rotation 4, and he can go into rotation 3 or rotation 4. So he will go into rotation 3. Alrighty, we will do a respin for rotation 1, as that needs an extra now, which will either be Atticus or... Oh, it'll be Atticus, sorry, because George cannot go into rotation 1 as he played Mario Kart there. So George will go into rotation 4, which he is eligible into. And Atticus will go into rotation 1 for Mario Kart. For Smash, sorry. Alright, so after that long process, we have now finished all of the round 1 games. Alright. So, for Smash, in the first rotation, we have Will, Ivy, Atticus, Bailey, Thomas, and Lucas. In the second rotation, we have Elliot, David with an E, Josh, Jake, Zach, and Miles. For the third rotation, which has 4, it'll be Angus, E.T., Lockie, and Matthew. And then in the fourth rotation, it'll be Daniel, Henry, Catherine, Ethan, David with a U, and George. Alright, next up we will be doing the Among Us draw, which will be the fastest draw here. We will do 2 groups of 11, fairly simple and straightforward from there. And I'll make a graphic at the end so you can tune in to the end of the stream to see all the matchups that have been drawn. So, for the Among Us. They'll be played at the same time, just different rules that are being added. So we've got round 1 and round 2. Doesn't really matter. They're the same time. So the first 11 that'll be drawn. Alright. So we've got E.T. Daniel and E.T., that is an exciting combo for sure. I'm sure there'll be a lot of drama in that Among Us lobby. We'll definitely tune into that as well during the tournament. And Will be added as well. Interesting. And Thomas is a renowned Among Us player. Sometimes he's good, sometimes he's not so good. We'll see. He's a very 50-50 Among Us player, but he'll sure add a lot of energy to that group. And Atticus and Daniel will see each other again. It'll definitely be more of an interesting group. Atticus has been playing Among Us quite a bit. He's been playing 3 hours a day just to get on the grind to practice for this tournament. And David Wizard Yu is also in that Among Us group as well. Alright, so then for the 7th rotation, it will be Ivy drawn into that group, the first female into that currently all-male group. And George will be also drawn into there. This is a very fun and vibey group for sure. But it does leave me questioning that there is no Bailey, Jake, Matthew, or Henry currently in this group. That means that they'll all be in the second lobby. Well, I just jinxed it as Bailey is going into the first group of Among Us. Next is Zach, who is drawn into that Among Us group. Interesting group. And the final one, drawn into the first Among Us group, is Ethan. So that means that E.T., Daniel, Will, Thomas, Atticus, David Wiziu, Ivy, George, Bailey, Zach, and Ethan will all be in the first Among Us round, while Elliot, David with an E, Jake, Henry, Matthew, Josh, Lockie, Catherine, Miles, Angus, Lucas, and Elliot will all be playing in the second round. I know for a fact that Jake will be very excited to see Matthew in his group. As well as Henry, it'll be a lot of fun. They're some of the vibiest people. So they'll just create a lot of vibes, drama, and probably poor decisions that'll make for great content. Oh, and I wasn't showing the wheel. Ah, sorry, chat. That's the wheel was named left. So as you can see, the people that are missing from the wheel are E.T., Daniel, Will, Thomas, Atticus, David, Wizzy U, Ivy, George, Bailey, Zach, and Eason, who all got drawn into the second round, while everyone left on the wheel, who got into the first round, while everyone in the wheel is on the second round. They'll both be played at the same time, just different settings, which will have the organized before they leave the game. Alrighty. Now we are moving on to round 3, which is the complex round. Alright, I will be getting a drink and I'll be right back with you, chat. So, in the meantime, have a little break and I'll be back with you in about 10 minutes to do the round 3 draw. Alright, we're back to do the round 3 draws. Which means chess draw is coming up. So the chess draw is going to be drawn very soon, and we are all back in business for the next part. So for this, we'll be doing the D&D rounds first. So for the D&D section, you'll have a teammate. It'll be 2v2. And there'll be 5 rotations in this round. Six rotations in this round, sorry. And there'll be a 1v1 in the end. All right. So rotation 6 will actually sorry chat, give me a second to fix this wheel. Guys, I was muted. I'm so sorry. So it'll be Lucas being paired with Bailey. This is probably one of the most exciting D&D draws we have. Josh and Zach, who are very close, know each other quite well, and play D&D together, versus Bailey, an experienced DM who knows all the way around D&D, plus Lucas, who has done a bit of D&D. This is definitely one D&D match to watch. It could go either way. I'm currently leaning towards Josh and Zach, but Lucas could surprise me, and I think with Bailey's knowledge, it could be incredibly helpful for him. Alright, now it is the second round. So Josh and Zach have already been drawn. That's the same with Lucas and Bailey. So we got Will in rotation 2. So he is valid because he's not in the Pico Park round with the chaotic Jake, Bailey, Matthew, and Henry combination. So Lockie and Miles have been requested to go together. So Will won't be paired with Lockie, but he'll be facing Lockie and Miles with his partner. So Lockie and Miles will be removed from here. And now Will's partner will be E.T. E.T. doesn't know much about D&D. I don't know if he's ever actually played D&D. It is a bit of a worry for Will, knowing Miles is an experienced D&D player. So let's see if Will can carry ET to the victory there. Alright. So, for rotation 3... Josh has already been drawn, so we will spin again. Ethan. Ethan is the current best player in the gaming tournament after his 4th finish in the last annual gaming tournament, making it to the final, just losing out to 3 of the other best participants who are all away. Ethan will be paired with Ivy. Ivy is a D&D player, so that'll make for a good combination. I don't know how well Ethan will do, but we'll definitely see who their opponent is. There, so we've got David Wiz-A-U. So David Wiz-A-U has got no experience playing D&D that I know of. However, he is very intuitive and quick to learn games, so he could work well in this relatively fair matchup so far that I'm understanding. And Daniel. Daniel is a beginner D&D player. He doesn't have the most experience in the group. However, he can definitely try, and he's quite good on strategy games, so don't expect him to be completely oblivious, and he could do a real good effort in trying to make it past and win the round. Alright, now we're on to the 4th rotation. If I don't launch Minecraft. Alright. We'll go again. And David with an E. So, David with an E again doesn't have much D&D experience. However, he did learn a little bit while away at a camp. And he will be paired with David, who has already been drawn, so we can't do that matchup. Matthew. Interesting, Matthew is a D&D player who has been playing for a while. He's quite experienced, and I think this could be a deadly combination. I really do think that these two could make it far, and I reckon they've got a good chance of beating their partner. But Bailey has already been drawn, so we're going to do a respin. Atticus! Atticus is one of the most knowledgeable D&D players in the world. So whoever he gets drawn with is in safe hands. And if it's another D&D player, then we could be watching a smashing out here. It is Jake! This is going to be one of the best matchups I've seen. Matthew and David with an E versus Atticus and Jake working together. This is going to be absolutely hilarious and absolute cinema. So you've got to stay tuned for that. Alright, now on to the 5th rotation of the D&D. Again, there is not many people that haven't been drawn yet. There's a few, we'll just get rid of the ones that have been drawn. after we just check in with the Pico Park groups. Alrighty, so in the rotation 5, the people that haven't played are George, Josh, George, Thomas have not been drawn. So actually, they're going to have to be substituted for Atticus and Jake, which is unfortunate, but Atticus and Jake will have to be substituted and go into round 5, and George and Thomas will be paired together because they are playing Pico Park together. So Atticus and Jake will then move on to round 5 together. Alright, now we're going to be spinning this wheel. And Catherine will be working against Atticus and Jake. Alright, and Catherine's partner will be Angus. That is certainly interesting, which means in rotation 6, it is 2 experienced D&D players going head-to-head against each other. And that is going to be extremely exciting. So we've got Henry versus Elliot, and they'll both have 2 characters each to control. So that'll be an exciting match, for sure. In the meantime, we will be having a lunch break, so we will be right back. And when we get back, it'll be the chess draws. We can't wait. All right, we're back. We're back. And here we go. We've got the massive draw coming up. We've got the chess draw. So, there'll be 6 games of chess going on at once. And we will all Alright, so, due to the fact that D&D, Josh, Zach, Bailey, Lucas cannot be in the first round of chess, and with the Pico Park groups, obviously, the David, Daniel, E.T., Eason, and Elliot cannot be there too. Alright, so in the first rotation, there will be 5 games of chess going on at a time. To account for the fact that we are missing... there'll still be 6 games going on, and the air hockey will go on after the first rotation. So there'll be 6 games going on in each. All right. So now we are onto the wheel. All right. Here we go. So the first matchup is Matthew. So Matthew is valid as he is not in the first rotation and he is not doing Pico Park in rotation 1. So Matthew's opponent will be ET, who isn't valid because, as you saw, he is doing Pico Park in the first round up here. Yeah, ET is doing Pico Park's first round. Therefore, he is not valid. And everyone, welcome back to the stream. We had a bit of a lunch break, but we're now getting onto it. Alright. Back to the wheel. So, Matthew's opponent then will be George. George is not playing Pico Park in the first round. So that is both of their first opponents. Each person will play 2 chess matches. So that is their first rotation. So Jake will not be doing Pico Park or D&D in the first rotation. So he is valid to be playing chess here against his opponent, which will be Miles. Miles will not be playing Pico Park, and he is valid to play that chess matchup against Jake. Jake and Miles have both been drawn against each other in the first rotation, so it's a respin. And that is another Jake spin. I swear this isn't rigged, guys. The wheel just loves Jake at the moment. Thomas will not be playing Pico Park, as we can see here from the group. Yep, he is valid to be playing, and he is not playing in the first rotation of D&D, so he is valid to be playing this game of chess. Now we have David with an E, who is playing Pico Park, as we can see here. So he is not valid, so it is a respin. Daniel again is playing Pico Park, so he is not valid for the first rotation. That is the same with ET as well. And George has been done again. Alright, we'll just... quickly remove the And then Jake and Miles also been drawn to. Okay. Oh, Thomas has been drawn already. So he will be up against... Oh my goodness, that is an exciting matchup. Thomas will be playing his sister Catherine in his first game of chess. That for sure is an interesting matchup. Oh. Oh. Unfortunately, we've had to had a drop out. So we will just pause the stream at the moment while we do some technical difficulties and we'll work on it. Alright, chat. We are back. So, here's the plan. We are now going to push back round 3. So round 3 will now be a later round, and it'll be pushed back, which means chess will be one of the last things we do. We will still do the draw for chess because we are midway through it. But that does mean that Will now will be playing David with a U instead of David with an E after he did just drop out in air hockey in rotation 4. And in rotation 1, we will just have David with an E within rotation 3 for Mario Kart. So it'll be 3 and then 2, and then there'll have to be an AFK 1 to make it fair with the screenings and such. And then in Uno, there will be 1 round of 5. Now. So now the first rotation of E.T., Matthew, Elliot, Lockie, and Josh, it'll just be the 5, and they'll no longer be the 6, and we'll just distribute points differently due to that. And for the Smash round, again, it'll be 5 instead of 6, which means for the Smash round, we will do 6 free for all instead. Since David with an E has dropped out. So the Elliot, Josh, Jake, Zach, and Miles. It'll be free for all now with the 6, but 5 in that group, and then 4 in the group of 4. So that's how we're currently going to do it. And in the Among Us group, with the changings of that, also, for D&D, there's going to be changes as well. So Elliot and Henry will no longer play against each other. In addition, since we are moving back round 3, David with you unfortunately can't participate in that as well. So in the Among Us second round, there will be 1 with 10. Therefore, so in the D&D as well, which is here, sorry, Henry will be paired with Daniel, and Elliot will be paired with, Henry will be paired with Matthew, and Elliot will be paired with Daniel. And there'll be no 6-round rotation. Okay, now that we've got that out of the way, we can reset with the chess draw. Alright, and that Pico Park group, which is up here, the 2 Davids will be out, so each will be a 4. of course, in the world where we do get a replacement, round 3 will still go ahead and be pushed back forward. But in the meantime, what's going to happen will be that we will push back round 3 to one of the later rounds, past 3 p.m., where the Pika Park will now be down to a group of 4 with Daniel, E.T., Ethan, and Elliot. Alright, now we'll get back to the chess draw. Sorry for that interruption, everyone. That was a bit hectic and unexpected. So we've still got 3 more matches to do for the current draw. Atticus is up. So Atticus is the highest rated chess player currently attending the tournament, and he will be going up against someone here. Ivy. So Atticus will be playing Ivy in his first chess match. While Will was drawn. Will and Angus are both still on the wheel. So we could have the siblings rivalry where we see 2 siblings matchups. Unfortunately, that's not how the wheel goes today. And we are seeing Will versus Lockie, which means Angus versus Henry. So we are excited to see that matchup too. Alright, now we're going into rotation 2 for the chess matchups. Again, that's the Pico Park group. So that means there will be no Henry, Bailey, Jake, or Matthew. In addition, for the D&D rotation, Will, E.T., Lockie, and Miles will all be in there. So they will not be playing as well. So, this is the possible draw that we have going on. We will have a spin and see the matchups. So, it will be Angus who's going to play his second match in rotation 2 up against Catherine. Alright. This match could go either way. I do not know their chess abilities, but Catherine and Angus will be playing each other both in their second match, which means they can no longer play any more chess matches. And George is drawn for the second time, looking to see who his second opponent will be. Daniel. George is Daniel's first opponent. Well, this is George's second game, so maybe he's still into the swing. Well, Ivy is up again. Let's find out her second opponent. Which is Atticus. Atticus, again, unfortunately, they've already played each other, so they can't play each other again. So we will do a re-spin of the wheel. Bruh. Again, they've already played each other, so they cannot play each other again. And it is Josh. So I will play Josh. This will be Josh's first chess match, while this is going to be Ivy's second. Elliot is up in his first match. So Elliot is drawn, and we'll see who he's playing in his first match, which will be against Zach. So Zach is known for being a professional Pokemon player. He attended Brisbane Regionals and did quite well there with a Perish Trap team based around Heatran. So Lucas is now drawn, and Lucas will be playing against Ethan. Interesting matchup. That is Ethan's first matchup, which leaves Atticus' second matchup to be against Thomas. Again, relatively surprised by that, but we'll see. So, obviously, Atticus is filled up with... He's played 2 for 2. Angus has played 2 for 2. Catherine has played her 2. Thomas has played his 2. Jake has played... so, it's Angus, Catherine, Thomas, Atticus, and Ivy, who have all played their matchups. So that's all done for that matchup. And now we're going on to rotation 3 for chess. So Atticus still hasn't played air hockey, so he's probably going to go into air hockey in round 3. While George also has been drawn twice and hasn't played air hockey. Therefore, the matchup in air hockey round 3 will be... Well, round 3, but round later, will be George versus Atticus in rotations. Atticus is in rotation 3, sorry. George against... George is going to be playing Showdown during round 3. And air hockey will be played at a later stage. So, for rotation 3, there cannot be any Atticus because he's played all. So has Ivy. And Ethan, Daniel, and Elliot are playing D&D. George has played all of his games. And Angus is playing Pico Park. So is Miles. And Zach as well. Which means there will be a few less matchups. And due to the fact that there is an odd number, Matthew will be playing against George in air hockey. So in rotation 3, in round 3, it'll be Matthew versus George. Oh, sorry. I take that back. Catherine has played all of her matchups. Never mind. Sorry, George. You're not playing yet. Alright, so here are all the possible chess matchups for rotation 3. And Thomas is maxed out, isn't he, too? Thomas has completed, so there will be 4 chess matchups going on this time. And George will be playing Matthew in air hockey. And we're going to do some air hockey. So in rotation for Lucas is yet to... He's played 1 chess game, so he'll play air hockey in rotation 4, assuming that his Pico Park is... Lucas will play air hockey in rotation 5 because he's playing chess in rotation 3, as he has in rotation 2 as well. So in rotation 5, Lucas will be playing air hockey against oh, sorry, Zach shouldn't be on the wheel. That is my mistake. Atticus. So it'll be Atticus versus Lucas in rotation 5 of air hockey. Which means Lockie still needs a matchup where he will be playing the sub in the 4th round, since that is when he is all done with his chess. So Lockie versus the sub / admin. So Lockie will either be playing an admin or a sub due to the fact of everything else. All right. So now we are going back on with chess. Sorry for the delay. In rotation 3 for chess. So with these matchups. So Bailey will be playing his first matchup in chess in rotation 3. So Bailey will be playing against Lucas. Lucas is playing in rotation 5, and that is his second matchup after facing Ethan in the first matchup. And the next chess matchup is E.T. E.T. This will be E.T.'s first chess matchup, which he will be playing against an opponent. And he'll be playing Lockie. So this will be Lockie's second matchup. He is an amateur chess player, so we will see. That'll actually be quite an interesting game there between Lockie and E.T. The next matchup will be Henry. This will be Henry's second matchup, and he's got D&D in the 4th rotation. And he plays in the 1st rotation. So this is Henry's second matchup. And Henry will be playing against Will. So Henry will be taking on Will. And Will's got Lockie and Henry. That's a little difficult of a draw. I will see how he handles it. But it's not looking too great for him at the moment. And it'll be Josh versus Jake. Now this match could literally go either way. To be honest, I'd say I'd edge a little more to Jake right now because he has a little bit more chess experience. But it's really a flip of a coin, I would say. All right, now that most matchups are done, in rotation 4 of D&D, Henry, Matthew, George, and Thomas are playing. With George and Thomas already done with their matchups. So Jake has also been drawn against all of his opponents. Same with Lockie. And Lucas has also been drawn against most of his opponents as well. Will has done the same, so is Catherine and Atticus. And Josh has been drawn against Ivy and Jake. So he's also done with his matchups as well. And taking into account the people that are playing Pico Park, which will be Ivy, Catherine, Will, and Lucas, all of which have completed their matches. That is all the people that can be drawn. Except for Angus, who has also completed his matchups. And due to the fact that this is an odd number of people that have yet to complete all their matches. We will actually have to do some rotation in the D&D section, unfortunately. Alright. So due to the odd number, we will have one of the admins come in and play a chess match as well to account for the loss of personnel. Sorry, no, we're not doing that. Alright, we'll be right back with the stream. We've just got to work out how to figure this out with an even number and just shuffling and such. Alright, after a bit of shuffling, we have made it work. So, Matthew will be playing, wait, why is Matthew on screen? Never mind, we'll get back to work. Alright, we're back. Sorry for the delay, everybody. We have just had to make a few changes. So Elliot will be playing in rotation 5 for his final round of chess. Where we will now spin the wheel to see the matchups. So the first matchup will be Miles. This will be Miles' second matchup, as he is playing Jake in the first round. And Miles will be playing Ethan. This will be an interesting match. I'm not too sure how good Ethan is at chess, nor Miles, but I think it'll be relatively fair, so it could go either way in that matchup. And Bailey is drawn. This will be Bailey's second matchup, where he'll be playing in. And Bailey will be playing against Daniel in chess. That'll be an exciting matchup for sure. Daniel and Bailey close friends, which leaves Zach and E.T. to play against each other. And in rotation 5, that should just leave Elliot and Matthew with the only people that are yet to play all the chess games. Leaving the matches all complete. Alright, so I'll quickly put all these matches up for you, and we'll be right back as soon as we can. Alright, I have gotten the chess matchups all available for you right here. Alright, I'll put the chess matchups on screen for you. Let me make that a little bit bigger. Here they are. Alright. So, we're over here for now. Alright. So, in the first rotation, we got Matt versus George, and then Jake versus Miles, Angus versus Henry, Thomas versus Catherine, Atticus versus Ivy, Will versus Lockie. And then in the second rotation, Angus will face Catherine, George will take on Daniel, Ivy will take on Josh, Elliot will take on Zach, Lucas will take on Ethan, Atticus will take on Thomas. And in the third rotation, we've got Bailey against Lucas. That is one of the exciting matchups. I'm looking forward to it quite a lot, actually. I don't know how they go, but I think it'll be quite even. I might suspect that Bailey might win because his brother is one of the best chess players in the country. While E.T. versus Lockie, Henry versus Will, and Josh versus Jake. Again, like I said, Josh versus Jake, that is a real coin toss, and I'm looking forward to that game as well. And then in the fourth rotation, we're doing the closing off matches with Miles versus Ethan, Bailey versus Daniel, and then Zach versus E.T., while Matt versus Elliot will round off the rotation. Alright, and during round 3, well, so-called round 3, it's going to be pushed back. When you don't have anything on during the rotation, it means you're doing Pokemon Showdown. So practice Pokemon Showdown, build your Pokemon Showdown team, which is all accessible in the WhatsApp. Alrighty. So now let's head back to the wheel. For some Switch Sports. Switch Sports will be moved forward, so there will be 10 there'll be 10 in Switch Sports and 11 in Mario Kart World. But then that'll obviously move around, and then it'll be it'll be about that. So alright, in round 4. The first group of Switch Sports, which will be a group of 4, then there'll be a group of 3, and then there'll be another group of 3. So it'll be 4, then 3, then 3. Where an admin comes in to help the lone player. That's how it's going to work. So for example, if it was Elliot and Ethan versus Will, then one of the admins, either Jaden, Hudson, or myself, will come in to help them play, because we have to get the balances and numbers in Switch Sports. That'll be same with the other group. Even though they'll have 11, it'll just be the one extra player. Alright, so the first group on Switch Sports will be doing tennis. Yeah, it'll be tennis. Then the 3 will do basketball and volleyball, but volleyball then basketball in that order. All right. So, the 4 people doing tennis. Let's spin that wheel. David with a U will be doing tennis. And his partner will be Lucas. So Lucas and David with a U will be together and they will be taking on in tennis. I've just had news that unfortunately Catherine won't be able to make it as well. Okay. Before we continue doing the rest of the spins, I will have to do some quick organizing. Again, sorry about that. Due to the fact that some people have that are now unavailable to come. All right. We'll be right back. And Jake will go up against Zach. I did just realize I was on mute for most of the time, so sorry chat. You may not have heard me. So it'll be Jake and Zach in the first group, Mario Kart World, followed by Professional Coin Master from Mario Kart World. Rocky's favorite item in Mario Kart is coin. So whenever you show a coin to him, he goes crazy. He just loves collecting those coins. And Atticus will also join that Mario Kart group. It's not a too great Mario Kart group. I have to say, Atticus is definitely a strong contender in that group. I think that's an easy draw for him to smash out. Thomas will be drawn into the second 4-player group. Yeah, I definitely feel that this is a strong group for Mario Kart, and I think Atticus did get quite lucky in that draw. And Daniel will join Thomas in the 4 as well. Followed by number 1, Matt. Thomas is definitely the best player in that Mario Kart group from what we know so far. But it could change if it's Henry. No, it's George. I do not know George's ability, but he could be quite good. Which does leave Josh, Will, and Henry to round off the group of 3. Alright. Now moving on to the next wheel, where we can remove everyone that was previously drawn. Leaving 10. So by default, David with a U will be in there. He is into the group of 4. Followed by Lucas. I have to say, this is the weaker group for Mario Kart. There are a few good players, like Ethan and Bailey, but it's not an outstanding group. And Miles is joining that group of 4. I think Miles could honestly dominate. He's not the best Mario Kart player, but he's played well before. He knows what he's doing, and I think he could be quite good in that group. With Elliot also joining them as well. And ET will be drawn into the first 3-person group. Followed by Ethan, who is one of the better Mario Kart World players. If it's Bailey, I would be really worried if I was ET in that position. But it is not, it is Ivy who is in there. Which means that we have Bailey, Angus, and the sub for Catherine, who will come in that 3-person group. Alright. We'll be right back as we're about to approach the 5th round of draws as we finish the 4th round. I'll leave up the chess matchups for all of us to have a look at if you want to for the next few minutes. Alright. We're back. We are going to do the fifth round right now. We're about to start it. So, we're going to have 10 and 10 for the fifth round. And we will begin shortly. Alright, so got the wheel. We will do FIFA first. So basically there will be two 2v2s and then one 1v1. So we have Will. So Will be doing FIFA paired with Josh. So it'll be Josh paired with Will, and they will be playing against Ivy. Alright. Ivy will be taking on Will. Will and Josh. Wiz. Henry. Alright, that is interesting. So, I'll move on to the next players, which will be Lucas. Who will be paired with Matthew. That'll be an interesting one. Lucas obviously did practice of FIFA at the practice gaming session. So he is getting better and improving as the days go by. And they're playing against E.T. E.T. will be teaming up with Thomas. Alright, so it's E.T. versus Thomas. And then for the 2v2, it'll be Elliot. And Elliot will be taking on Lockie. Alright, that means everyone that is currently left will be doing Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games first. Alright, but here's the fun part. So, now we're going to choose the teams for each player. Alright, so if we go over to what... If we open this, a couple months ago, I asked everyone to give me teams. So, we have a wheel of teams, and we're going to spin that wheel. So, Josh and Will, this is your team. You will be the 3rd Division German side, is not a very good team. Actually, one of the worst teams, to be in fact. This was requested by one of our past competitors, Lucy, who is unable to attend. And Ivy and Henry will be taking over Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest are currently facing a relegation battle, but at the time of the making, they finished 17th prior to FC25, but they've done decently since, so maybe the updaters will help them. So Lucas and Matthew will be Manchester United. So this was requested by Miles, which is, and it's not the only Manchester United on the wheel as well. And E.T. and Thomas will be taking over Como. Another requested team by someone who is unable to make it. Como is currently flying well and doing well in the Serie A. So Elliot will be taking over Wuhan Three Towns FC. I'm sure Elliot is thrilled to be taking over one of the worst teams in this wheel. They're currently in the Chinese Super League. I think they're around mid-table there. Don't quote me. While Loki will be playing as Inter Miami. Lionel Messi's current team, Inter Miami, have just won the MLS and are doing great. So it'll be a hard match for Elliot, but we'll see how he compares. Again, I'll put the chess matchups up again while I move around for everything else. Alright, so we're back with the wheel for the next spinning. So again, it'll be 4-on-4 V2. So it'll be Angus who will be playing with Miles. Miles is a very talented person, being accepted into one of the greatest schools and is currently on course to become a nuclear engineer. So that's quite exciting and very helpful. And they will be playing against Ethan. Ethan, again, he was the 4th place finisher of the last annual gaming tournament, and he is the best current place returner who has a good chance of winning this whole thing. And Ethan will be paired with the sub versus admin. So the sub versus admin could be between me, Jaden, Hudson, or even someone that is able to come in and help us out before the tournament starts, since Catherine and David have both dropped out. So now it is another 2v2. Where Atticus will be playing in the 2v2. Atticus started his own player career mode with Norwich recently. He's high flying with them, 3rd in the championship, doing quite well. And he'll be paired with Zach. Zach, again, a professional Pokemon player. So he's very intelligent and he's quick thinking. So that's a really deadly team that I'm seeing there. And they're going against Jake. And Jake will be partnered with If it lands on Angus, I will remove him because it's already been drawn. My mistake for not removing him earlier. Jake will be playing with Daniel. And now it is gone to the 1v1, which is George versus Bailey. That'll be a definitely interesting 1v1. And I can't wait to see how that one turns out. I don't think any of them are pro FIFA players or anything fabulously good at FIFA. But we'll see. So now we'll do the spins of the wheel. So Angus and Miles, you will be getting Legia Warsaw. The Polish team currently in the relegation zone of the Polish league after being one of the more dominant teams in the most recent years. So, surprising to see. Well, Ethan and the sub will be playing as Manchester City. Manchester City currently chasing the Premier League title against Arsenal, one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest team, on the wheel to play against. So that is unfortunate for Miles and Angus. While Atticus and Zach will get San Jose Earthquakes. San Jose Earthquakes are currently one of the worst teams in MLS history. After a very disappointing season in the MLS. However, they did just sign Timo Werner. Unfortunately, he is not in FC25. While Jake and Daniel will be playing as Legia Warsaw has already been drawn, so it's going to be a respin. That is the same with the San Jose Earthquakes. And it landed on Legia Warsaw again, so that'll be a respin. So Jake and Daniel will be playing as Blackpool, one of the famous names of a Premier League side. Blackpool are now in League One. I wonder why, but they're not doing very well at all. So I would say that Atticus and Zach do have the better team going to that matchup. And now we're going into George's team. So George will be taking over my team, Brighton and Hove Albion. Brighton and Hove have got to be arguably one of the best teams in the world. Great players. We've got to love Karol Mitoma, Yankuba Minte. They're just doing great and flying high as well. We've gotten 4 points off from Man City. What else can you say? All right. Well, Bailey is taking Nice. The French team currently battling out in relegation in Ligue 1, but they did qualify for the Europa League as well. So that is all the teams, and we are now moving on to Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. And I'll just put the chess matchups back up while I get everything sorted again. Alright, we are now about to spin the wheel for Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. This is Henry's favorite game. He loves the archery on Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, and he's never had any issues with that ever in his life. So, this will be Rugby Sevens though. So Atticus will be up since he is part of the round 2 FIFA. So it'll be Atticus, which will be up, and his partner will be Angus. So Atticus and Angus will be playing Rugby Sevens together, and they will be playing against Daniel, and Daniel's partner will be George. For the next 2v2, it'll be Miles. Miles will be paired with Ethan. Ethan again did quite well on archery in Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, but Rugby Sevens is a completely different game, so we'll see how they go from there. But they're up against Zach. And Zach's partner will be the sub/admin. Which means that it is a 1v1 versus the friends, Jake and Bailey. So Jake will be facing up against Bailey in a 1v1 in Rugby Sevens. That'll be an exciting game. I can't wait to watch that. Maybe a little one-sided, but it'll be entertaining for sure. You can't count that out. Alright, I'll get the other wheel up, and then we'll be right back. Alright, we're back with the wheel. And the first spin is Henry. So Henry will be paired with Lucas. Henry and Lucas, again, are good friends, so it'll be exciting to see their chemistry together. And they will be playing against Elliot. Wow, lots of excitement happening there. And Elliot will be paired with Josh. Interesting matchup. I'm excited to see how that goes. Could be a real turn of events. And the next 4v4 will be Will, who will be paired with, well, who will be paired with. The answer is E.T. E.T., again, like I said, it called himself the GOAT multiple times in the chat before this draw. So we'll see how it actually comes out to bite him. But they'll be playing against Ivy. And Ivy's partner will be Lockie. Which means that the 1v1 is between Matthew and Thomas in Rugby Sevens. That is an interesting matchup. So we've done round 5, and we've now got one more round to go. We've got round 6, which is Boomerang Fu. We can't wait to get to it, and I'll come back in a little while. Sage. Sorry. So yes, for the round 5 matchups, I'll just go over them again. For Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, we've got Atticus and Angus paired together against Daniel and George. And then Miles and Ethan paired together against Zach and the Sub/Admin. While Jake and Bailey will be fighting off in a 1v1. And then the next round, which is the other group for Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, it'll be Henry and Lucas versus Elliot and Josh. While Will and E.T. will be working together to take down Ivy and Lockie, with Matthew and Thomas doing a 1v1. While in FIFA, Josh and Will be trying to take down Ivy and Henry with their team which is currently in the 3rd division of the German leagues, while Ivy and Henry will be playing as Nottingham Forest. While Lucas and Matthew will be taking over Manchester United to defeat E.T. and Thomas's Como. While Elliot will be 1v1ing against Lockie with Wuhan Three Towns FC in the Chinese Super League versus Lockie's Inter Miami. While Angus and Miles will have to play as Legia Warsaw versus Ethan's and the Sub/Admin's Manchester City. While Atticus and Zach will take over San Jose Earthquakes against Jake and Daniel's Blackpool. While George will be 1v1ing Bailey with Brighton, and Bailey will be taking on George with Nice. Chat, big news. We might have just found a replacement. We're not going to get our hopes too high, but they're seeming quite interested. So we might have a sub/replacement, which can work. So, chat, let's go. Uh, 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 uh. Alright, we're back. We're back. Alrighty, we're going to do the final spin, which is Boomerang Fu. Yes, I know everyone is excited for Boomerang Fu. Alright, so since we have 20 people, there will be 5 rounds. There'll be 4 rounds of 5 people in each round. So for round 1, we're going to be spinning 5, and while you are not playing Boomerang Fu, you're going to be making a showdown team, finalizing practice before we get to the finals. Alright, first spin. It looks like it's going to be Josh. Josh is in the first group for Boomerang Fu. That is exciting. Josh is a decent player, Boomerang Fu. He's a decent player at all Switch games, but we'll see. And his paired was Elliot. Alrighty. Very interesting. Elliot isn't much of a gamer, however, Boomerang Fu, a simple, easy game to understand. I think he could rack up a lot of kills, actually. He could surprise a lot of people. And Lucas is paired with him. Not the strongest group so far, I would say. I definitely say it's really up for grabs by everyone at the moment. And Will's paired. Will did okay at Boomerang Fu the last time we played, so I expect the same. I think he'll do pretty well. Try and get some kills as well. While Daniel is also going to be joining the first round team. That is a lot of times where we're going to be seeing the pairing of Daniel and Elliot together, but we love to see it. The chemistry is actually going to be insane towards the end, so we'll love to see a bit of rivalry between them. Well, to start off round 2, we have Bailey being drawn. Bailey is definitely one of the best Boomerang Fu players, I would have to say, and then you've got Atticus, Miles, and Henry, all in that tier, which of being very good as well. And Henry being drawn against Bailey in that same group. Wild. As I was saying, I think Henry and Bailey are the 2 best Boomerang Fu players here. And being drawn together is actually insane. And Angus again is an incredible Boomerang Fu player. He showed it in the practice game tournament. This looks to be like one of the toughest groups that we've had so far at the gaming tournament. And Ethan, again, he is incredible at video games. And is great at Switch games too. He's probably top 5 Boomerang Fu player at this tournament. This is definitely one of the hardest groups. And Matthew is drawn into that. I feel terribly for Matthew. This is got to be by far one of the worst possible matchups he could have gotten. Being drawn with Bailey, Henry, Angus, and Ethan, that is, it just screams difficult. I have to say, I feel quite bad for Matthew. That is a very tough draw. But we'll see how he competes and see how he goes. Now we're on to round 3. Which includes E.T. E.T., I've never seen him play Boomerang Fu. I'm not too sure about his abilities on it. But we'll surely see. And it looks like Lockie's going to be joining E.T. as well. Very interesting. I would love to see Miles and Thomas in the same group. That'll make for quite interesting. While Ivy is drawn into that same group. To me, that looks like a group of life. Lots of people have the chance to get a bunch of kills. And I think it will be quite tight as well. Maybe Lockie has the upper hand above most people. And like I was saying, Thomas is drawn. I'd love to see Thomas here. I think Thomas could do quite well. I think he's currently the favourite of the group to get the most kills. Lockie closely behind. And the sub/admin will join that group as well. So, we will see how everything progresses. And for the final round, we don't need a spin. It's already there, decided for us. Alright, for the final group, we have Atticus, Jake, Miles, George, and Zach. That's also a bit of a harder group, I would say. I think Miles and Atticus are very strong competitors. I think George and Zach, you can't count them out either. Honestly, this is a good draw. I think the group one and group three are definitely the groups of life for this one. I would have to say. But that's it. That's the end of the draw. All right. Thank you all for tuning in. We are now all done with the draw. So I'm going to get to work building, putting all the drawers and such as a slideshow for you, and I'll present it later. I'll try to do it individually, person by person, to show you their matchups, and then we can make it work. All right. So if you'll just wait a while, I'll get that all done, and I'll put it back at the end of the stream. All right. Thank you all for tuning in, and I'll get it all ready for you. All right. George's rounds are about to be released, so everyone can come have a look at them. D&D then, right? What? Punches? I think pick a puck. Alright, Dune Faces in the chat. Henry Hutchinson matches have just come up, so you can all have a look. Alright, Henry, down in the comments, you should give your pure reaction to your matches. Alright. Alright, so Henry Hutchinson had probably one of the easier draws, if I'm being perfectly honest. No big game opponent. His toughest match is probably going to be the air hockey versus Daniel. Otherwise, I'd say he's got a relatively easy fixture. I don't know how well he'll do with Ivy in FIFA, but if he can work well with Ivy, with Nottingham Forest, then I think Henry could probably finish in the top four. I think he's got a strong chance. All right, Henry, type in chat if you're excited for some of this. All right. So David, if you're in the chat, the matchups you're not facing is because you'll be leaving early. But if we get through round 1, 2, and 4 before you leave, you will be added into Boomerang Fu, which we'll then do beforehand. It really depends on timing, but we're probably going to get through 2 rounds before lunch, and then we're going to probably do lunch, then maybe get through another round before it's 3. So that's the plan. Any questions, put them in the chat. What's up? All right. We've got a new chatter. We've got a new chatter in. All right, we've got the David matchups ongoing. Yes, I understand. So David, the matches that you'll be missing is due to the fact that you're leaving a little bit early. But if we get through round 1, 2, and 4 before you leave, then we'll do Boomerang Fu as well with you, which is the easiest to slot in. Because it's just easier to add you in into the draw rather than work around you in the draw, because it might be a little difficult replacing matchups and such, but it'll be easier slotting you in. So that's why some of them say absent. You won't get to play Showdown, but you get to play Showdown. You get to play your Showdown team against other people online, but not at the tournament. That Showdown's just for squad building. But yes, you can play your Showdown team against other people, because I think you're the only one with Pokemon Showdown in rotation too. So yes, you can play Showdown online, which is great. Yes, I know, David. I know it's disappointing, but Showdown is unfortunately a finals game. Yeah, I know. It's a great photo of you. It is truly a great photo of you, David. It's a marvelous photo, in fact. That's quite appealing, actually. Yes, very much. All right. Have you seen the other drawers, David? Henry and Daniel will play against each other. In air hockey at the start, which will be really interesting. Yes, there are rules for Uno. Basically, it'll be house rules. I'll get it printed out, and I'll probably put it on the fridge, because it'll probably be played in the kitchen. But yes, there will be house rules for Uno. For sure. I won't tell you the house rules now, because they're a bit complicated. I cannot wait for the Frenches to be destroyed in Uno. Ah, yes. That'll be a lot of fun. We'll see. I'll tell you your group for Uno, actually. You're in the third rotation of Uno, which means that your group consists of, okay, this is your group, David. Your group is Miles, Jake, Ethan, Bailey, and Will. It'll be very fun. It'll also be very funny. It'll be great. That you've got a really funny group. Jake, Ethan, and Bailey will create big vibes. Big vibes for sure. Don't worry about it. It'll be fun. It'll be great. Oh, I think I've got a chat message. Oh, sorry. Yes, I didn't see your messages, David. That is my mistake. How will Among Us work? Yes, so either way, if you win, you get points as a crewmate or as an imposter. And then the more kills you get, the more points you get as imposter. And if you win on tasks, I think there's a lot of points you can get as a crewmate. We'll all work it out on Saturday. That's the main day where we work stuff out. Yeah. Sorry for the belated response. And yeah, unfortunately, I'm sorry, David, but it's time. Oh. Okay, big news, David. Miller can come. Alrighty. So now that brings our numbers back up. Now I've got to really think. Okay, cool. Sorry. All right, I've got to let everyone know. Alrighty. Actually, I'll AFK the stream. That's a great idea. Saturday? David, the tournament isn't on Saturday. David, the tournament isn't on Saturday. It's on Monday. It's the 15th. The tournament's on the 19th. The Monday. David, I know you want to see your handsome photo. I'm sorry, but we have to let the other people see their matchups. Like, you can see Elliot's matchup and see how many times he meets Josh. It's okay, David. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. All right, do you want, I'll pop your photo in, David. Let me get it up for you. No problem. You can be the top fan by... How can you be the top fan? Oh yeah, by spamming in the chat. Spamming, saying stuff in the chat and then watching all the videos. That's how you be #1 fan. I think that's how you get XP anyway. I think that's how Daniel got it. Typing in the chat and then watching the videos. Yeah, I know, I agree. Subscribe to the channel. Alright, let's maybe you're in. Agreed, yes. Good job, David. Wait. There you are. You can have your face pop out there. No problem. It's just hiding here. It's hiding there. It's hiding there. It's all good. It's all good, David. Oh wait, it's my webcam. Oh wait. It's all good, David. I've got your back. All right, all right. Yes, don't worry, David. You're awesome. All right, now I've got to make the other one. Alright, David, who should I do for the next card? David, it's your decision. Who should I do for the next card? Pick someone in the gaming tournament. You can pick any of your opponents or anyone in the tournament. Have your pick, David. Have your pick. I know, it is the best channel on YouTube. For sure. I haven't done either of those. Who would you like me to? I've got one more to do today, then I'll do the rest tomorrow morning. Yes, keep emoting, keep emoting. Show the love heart. Alright, I will do Lucas William Boys for you. He'll be my final one for today. Now I've just got to find someone who plays him a lot. I think that's actually Elliot. Maybe George? No. Angus? What about Henry? Alright, let's just do this one. Alright. Alright, everybody, let's come together. Udo papa, Udo papa. Sorry, ignore my singing. I'm probably gonna get copyright strike for that. That's awful, Zach. I know. Alright, let's have a look. Jeez. Pico Park for Lucas is round 4. When is he doing D&D? He's doing it round 1. Here we go. Oh, what Among Us group is here? Group 2. Sweet. Hey, buddy. Alright, sorry, David. I'll check the chat for you. Excellent. How do I think Lucas is going to do in the tournament? I don't know. I'm a bit pessimistic. I think he'll either just make it or not make it. I think he'll just make it, though. Oh yes, he's teamed up with you. That's right. Lucas is paired with Matthew, which will be interesting. Alright, David, I'm gonna check chat again. You should make some Rocket League videos. I'm not too sure. I've played Rocket League a bit, but I'm not very good. And I haven't played it in a while. I actually don't think I have the game downloaded on my Switch too, actually. I might, but I don't think I do. I know. A bit disappointing, but oh well. And who is... And I think Lucas is in the easier round 1 group. All right. Oh wait, do you have Rocket League, David? That's so cool. That is very cool. Oh my gosh, that is way too big. What happened here? Alright, there you go. All fixed. Nice. That's so cool, David. That is very cool. I'd love to play some games with you. Alright. Wait, David, do you want me to show you something cool? I can show you something really cool. Ready? Isn't that cool, David? Yes. Alright, we've got 5 more minutes before... Alright, got four more minutes. 4 more minutes of this being up here. Oh yes, I should also... let me get my webcam because I've got to do one more thing before we end the stream. Okay. Before we end the stream, if anyone's rewatching it, this is the prize for second place. Second place wins a mystery gift. Basically, mystery box. It's really heavy. You don't know what's in it. So yeah, it's a bit heavy. Let me put it down. Yes. Do I play Roblox? Of course I play Roblox. I just don't play it that often. It's not my main game. Currently I'm playing Minecraft right now, and I'm making a long form video on Minecraft. But I have played Roblox. It's been a while though. I played a couple days ago, I'd say. No, I didn't, because I didn't log in. No, I did. I age verified and didn't play. But yeah, it's been a bit since I've last played Roblox. Yes. Alright. For the Nintendo games, yes, you can bring your own controllers, of course. Of course you can bring your own controllers. If that makes you feel more comfortable, do it. Because we will have pro controllers here anyway, so there's no difference between the pro controllers. So yes, you can bring your own controllers for the Nintendo games. Yes, you can bring your pro controller. Yes, I'd rather you bring your pro controller, because we do have a lot of Joy-Cons, but we're a bit low on pro controllers. We've got a few wire controllers, but only one wireless pro controller. Yes, alright. I think this is where we end the stream, actually. It's been about 5 minutes. The matchups have appeared. Yes, I agree. Pro controls are way better. Fun, fun, fun. That's this. Yes. Alright, it's time to end the stream. Okay. Thanks for tuning in, David, and everyone that has been here earlier. But it is time I do some stuff, and I'll finish making all of the matchups known. I'll put it on the WhatsApp, and then it's tournament day next. So you bet your butt OBS will be running. We'll have multiple cameras for the unlisted video, which will come out a couple months later. But it'll be exciting. I can't wait. And adios.